彼女の言った通りだ、幼き命よ。もしかしたらまだ助けられるかもしれない。お前の苦痛は彼女と異なっている。強くはしてやれないが、そう苦しむこともないだろう。死んだ鳥をいつまでも見つめるな、ダーニャ。
どうして殺したんですか？
価値なき個体は存続を許されない。分かっているだろう？これは慈悲だ。数時間前、お前はこの世界で初めてアレフ1の贈り物を受けた個体となった。教えてみろ。どのような感覚だ？
何もないように感じるんです。
虚無と暗闇か。どちらも私たちにとっては窮地の中。なぜ震えているのだ、ダーニャ。何事も虚無より生まれている。親しみの感情を抱いてもおかしくないだろう。
どうして殺したんですか？
意味を持たない自我意識、人の進化がもたらした悲しき誤り。顔を上げるのだ、ダーニャ。教えろ。その目には何が映っている？
虚無と暗闇。
そうだ。その姿を覚えておけ。受け入れ、融合せねばならない。ダーニャ、それは世界がお前に贈る最初で最後のプレゼントだ。
バイタルサイン継続回復中。ボイドマター粒子の活性に異常なし。目標の周波数の調律はまだ回復していません。第2プランを実行します。聞こえてますか、ダーニャさん？
ダーニャ、体の調子は大丈夫なのか？
ダーニャ、彼女が目を覚ますまでフラクトシデスは何も動きを見せていない。苦労して得た成果を諦めたのか、それとも別の企みがあるのか。とりあえず状況を確認しよう。
などありえません。この通りお伝えください、学園長。責任なら私が取ります。漂白者さんが来ました。ええ、分かっております、学園長。ご安心ください。すまない漂白者さん、突然呼び出したりして。私がメッセージを送ったアーリマンだ。今の状況は予想よりもまずいため、手短に話させてもらう。
ダーニャの様子はどうなってる？
目は覚ました。だが我々が心配していた通り、フラクトシデスによる改造を受けている。彼女の周波数は目覚めた後、急速に衰え始めたんだ。ラベル学部の判断によると、残された時間はもって1週間。わからない。それが生理的な原因なのか、それとも名式による影響なのかすら。ネオユニオンはストライダーゲート事件とリマープレーンズに残った周波数の件で我々を訴えている。そこで今すぐダーニャを送るように要求してきたんだ。もちろん我々は同意しなかった。彼女はスタート落ち学園の学生だ。ネオユニオンに送り返してもただのサンプルとして扱われるだろう。そうすれば真相に触れるチャンスや訴えを退けるチャンスを永遠。
状況は理解した。訴えに反対したんだね。つまり現状を打開する鍵はダーニャにあるってこと？
ああ、ダーニャと虚無の名式の関係性は大いなる研究価値を持つ。ストライダーゲートが閉じた今でもボイドマター科学に新たな研究指標をもたらすだろう。もう一方でアイリスは我々の接触記録を分析した。その結果ダーニャはリマープレーンズにいる名式の周波数の源を知っているようだ。自分がこうなった理由も知っている可能性があるらしい。つまり彼女が協力さえしてくれればネオユニオンに最後通帳を出される前に何とかできる。我々は彼女を治療し、彼女は我々のレポート完成に協力する。本来ならばウィンウィンのはずだが、
どうやらスムーズに進行してないみたいだね。
ああ、彼女は私たちとの接触を拒んでいる。そこであなたに協力してもらいたい、漂白者さん。精神の安定は周波数を安定させる必要条件だ。あなたはもともと彼女と付き合いがあった。それに名式に
ダーニャから突破口を見つけるのは確かに悪くない案ね。でもフラクトシデスの計画も行方もわからない今、迂闊に決められない。話をするだけなら構わない。でも判断は現場の様子を見てからにしたい。それと今回の面会は記録しないでほしい。アイリスのデータベースにも。
分かった。では任せた。彼女の事情を知る人は限られている。それだけは保証しよう。
あの時彼女が何かしらの理由で私と日行を助けたにせよ、フラクトシデスの計画の実行者であることに変わりはない。現状組織長の計画についてわからない部分が多すぎる。ここは慎重に動かないと。 ダーニャ。
シグリカちゃんを見ましたよ。すごいですね、漂白者さんは。まさか本当にあんなものを撃退しちゃうなんて。いつまで見つめてるつもりですか？お見舞いなのにケーキも果物も持ってきてくれなかったんですね。
どうやら面識の影響はもう受けていないみたい。ただこの話ぶりは。
もちろんですよ。私もうすぐ死ぬんですよね。だってずっと昔あの人は私にプレゼントをくれたんです。その時になったら安らかな眠りにつけるように。さあ、でも当然といえば当然でしょ。猫や犬につけた首輪のように彼らにも保険が必要だったんですよ。ああ、猫や犬の例えは少し違いますか。人を噛むような動物というより、今の私はただのラットでしょうし。漂白者さんもラットの説得に来たんですか？
ダーニャ、今日ここに来たのは私自身の判断だよ。確かに一度は敵同士だった。でも
相変わらず真面目な人ですね。
あなたを信じてみたいと思ってる。
なるほど。もっと嬉しそうな顔をした方がいいですか？だけど残念ですね、漂白者さん。あなたを信じる気はありませんよ。私のあんな姿を見た上でそんな言葉が出てくるだなんて。私から情報を探るためでしょう。勘違いしないでもらえますか？あそこで死なれてしまったら何もかもが終わりでしたから。でも本当に知りたい情報があるなら取引をしましょうか。
取引？
ええ、それぞれの求めるものを交換するんです。スペーストレックコレクティブが欲しがっているものはあげられません。だけどあなたが知りたいことだったら教えられるかもしれないですよ。漂白者さん、今週末 私の誕生日に付き合ってもらいたいんです。もう少しくらい学園を見て回りたいので。
今週末が誕生日なの？
本当に誕生日かどうかは重要じゃないですよ。大事なのはあなたの返事です。だって私には残りわずかな時間しか残されていませんし、改めて整理しておきたいことが残ってますから。
整理。その日何かを企んでるの？でも今の状態では。
どうしましたか？あなたが一緒でも安心できないなら、いっそ制限装置や爆弾をつけても構いませんよ。もう今さらどうなってもいいですし。
ダーニャ。
いつまで
どうやら面識の影響は もう受けていないみたい。ただこの話しぶりは。ダーニャ。ダーニャ。
いつまで見
どうやら面識の影響は
もちろんですよ。だってずさあ漂白者さんも
確かに
相変わらず。
あなたを信じて。
なるほど。だけど残念で、私のあんな姿を見た上で勘違いしないでもらえますか。あそこで死なれてしまったら何もかもが終わりでしたから。でも
取引。
ええ、それぞれのも漂白者さん、今週末
今週末が誕生日なの？
本当に誕生日かどうかは重要じゃないですよ。だって私には残りわずかな時間しか残されていませんし。
生理。その日何かを企んでるの？でも今の状態では。
どうしましたか？あなたが一緒でも安心できないならいっそ制限装置や爆弾をつけても構いませんよ。もう今さらどうなってもいいですし。
私が交渉してくるよ。
本気ですか？学園の人たちと。
コレクティブはあなたの正体を公表してない。少なくともその日は学生として過ごせるはずだよ。
余計なことにまで気を回して。わかりました。それじゃあ約束ですからね。安心してください。彼らの研究には付き合いますから。ただあまり期待されても困りますけど。だってフラクトシデスの組織長なら私みたいな小物くらい簡単に始末できますし。まあこれ以上考えても仕方ないですよ。また週末に会いましょう。
ダーニャ、
いつまで。
どうやら面識の影響は。
もちろんですよ。だってずっとああ、漂白者さんも。
確かに。
相変わらずも。
あなたを信じて。
なるほど。だけど残念です。私のあんな姿を見た上でそんなこと。勘違いしないでもらえますか。あそこで死なれてしまったら何もかもが終わりでしたから。でも
取引。
ええ、それぞれの求める。漂白者さん、今週
今週末が。
本当に誕生日だって私には残りわず。
生理。
どうしましたか。あなたが
コレクティブは。
わかりました。安心してください。だってフラクトシデスの組織長なら私みたい。まあこれ以上考えても仕方ないです。漂白者さん、まだ何か心配事でもあるんですか。懐かしい。どうしてそう思ったんですか。
今日ずっと窓の外を眺めてたからね。
言われてみれば少しは懐かしく思えてきました。人は大きくなったら楽しかった学生時代のことを懐かしく思い返すようになるって学園長が講座で言ってましたね。ということは今が私の人生で一番楽しい時期になるんでしょうか。漂白者さん、まだ何か心配事でもあるんですか。また週末に会えることを楽しみにしてますよ。いや、いや、逃がしません。いや、
三軍に命ず出征の時だ。
誰を餌にするか絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。
念のためもう一回聞くけど、美しき人の世と地獄のパノラマビューはどっちにした？総員3回。
あらゆる悪をここで止める。抜刀する理由ははっきりしている。分裂の剣、立つるにあたりてすなわち立つ。
戦場って本当にご無沙汰なく。
すでに皆
足元を見てみなさい。
白露に鉱山で植え、秋分に平原で植える。
この戦場を描くには発木が似合うわね。
どうか私は
ここで負けを認める。まだ見苦しくは。
天気の剣、悪るにあたりてすなわち悪。
お星様にあんたたちの悲鳴を言葉では伝わりにくい。
絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできない。
この剣の力、有効の技、立つにあたりてすなわち立つ。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に
責任は取ってもらうよ。いや、
あなたを土に植えるわ。生まれ変わりなさい。
あんたたちまだ抵抗するの？少し激しい調理をしても悪く思わないでよ。
どこを目指すの？
抜刀する理由、分裂の剣、立つるにあたりてすなわち立つ。いつかきっと刃先で正義を求めずに済む日が来るだろう。
There are so many great things going on at the moment, right? So yeah, to a certain extent it doesn't even feel as it is, right? Because there is too much good. It's probably ain't. It's not logical. Definitely is ain't. I get a chance to go fight against the fate. Pain will come with a blade. Somehow. Right, why Grazil is farmed? It'd be good if I farmed Celeste and Luminaire, but those are absolute ass. I should only farm them after the original 4th, like quad. How many farming will it take to get an entire grid going back? Like, I really do not recall how it was going back in the day. I can imagine how it was going, right? Like from the scratch getting the full like weapon grid, but probably pain and hardship, right? So I'm presumably an entire day alone in here. Presumably. So we'll have a lot of opportunity for a speech in here together. To say. The plan was to switch over to the Starl. I'm at the moment encoding the 50th gigabyte VOD. So I hope that one goes through eventually. It's the first part of it, and 45th minute it says. Honestly, can you put a multiple VODs in the media encoder? I haven't thought about this one. I mean, I have so much time throughout the night that probably multiple VODs can be encoded throughout the night, right? It's all about figuring out how to put like them in media encoder, right? Because I never had bother myself with this to this extent. You can absolutely put a multiple VOD in the media encoder, right? Yes, they are so large that I cannot bother really. When the choice go fight against your fate, pain will come with a blade. Da 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 da. Despond in the ground somehow. Da 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 da. I am definitely 100% sure that whatever we are getting in here every single day is kind of getting a little bit dragged out. I do like Hoi versus game and all, but I think this is the way that you drive someone insane with all this IP address kind of dilemma, right? The fact that I don't have access to 3 separate accounts. One is the most popular Japanese mobile game, right? The Fate Go. While the other one is Blue Archive Korean and Uma Musume Japanese one. The same from this developer, Sega Games, the one that I'm playing Grand Blue from. I'm not sure why global elites are so fucking blatantly idiotic that the only thing that they came up with is to isolate this particular place, but not the fucking eastern ones. You know, it's the most idiotic way to prevent a disease, right? Trying to cure a symptom. This is what they're doing. That is the most idiotic thing you can be doing as the doctor, is it not? What else can you be committing yourself to? You cure a symptom and it comes back, right? What do you expect in here to happen if you do not isolate the disease itself? You have half of this fucking world, 4 billion people speaking English language. Do you fucking understand the scale of an issue that you are having? Don't forget about the rules. Let my choice go fight against the fate. But will come with the blade. Usually this party wipes out at 40th because I do not guard it. The MC I think has chance to survive because of the blue. I think it provides for a defense. Oh, there it goes. Well, good for me, I'm going to just host it and go farm Arcarum. Bam. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Back to Arcarum. This eventually will be of use, supposedly. About 5 minutes it takes for this boss and provides for quite... At least during this event you can be farming all sort of goodies, right? It is a recurring event, the shop refreshes, right? So it's a very very good idea to be farming this one. Just I dropped this game entirely, right? So there was quite no reason to be doing so. Move gamepad from the screen. I'm not gaming right now. The only total S about this one, right, is you cannot use the support summon, so I have to figure it out. This character has double strike and the crit thingy. Should I remove the charge attack during that phase? Will that benefit me? It probably will, right? Right, Dark Knight's thingy failed. Yeah, wonderful. I have all time in the world to attempt it again, though. I used to read Dark Knight's event, every single one, right? But as the time passes, I feel like it became less and less relevant. It's kind of pointless already. I read every single event all the way until I win a Victoria. Even it I read a little bit, but I just do not feel any point in this anymore. I think this is more about than just, you know, mobile game, just many people enjoying together, right? Many people are not enjoying their life together, just in general, not mobile gaming here, right? Unfortunately. No matter how hard you try to present it that someone is enjoying something here, right? In reality, just absolutely no one does serve it. Now let's see how many freaking successive games do we have. I can continue logging in, logging out every single freaking day. Living like that person on a freaking Russian fun kind of TV show, right? Childish one, older one, right? The guy that sits at home and skips school and plays in a video game, right? Instead of doing anything fruitful. I can be like this for the next 30th year, right? The people will continue killing each other. The people will continue presenting nothing but ugliness to the world and to everyone they're surrounded of and around of. Nothing will change in this world whatsoever. It'll be fucking hilarious all the way. And the video game will be used as nothing less but an escapism rather than art of some sort, right? Because it definitely has been so far. The most craziest thing are being suggested, implied, and coerce ourselves into. Well, it comes to the video game, right? Someone suggests you to live in a video game and starts freaking creating all sort of quality of life around it. Is this kind of wrong? Probably not, but it tells something about the structure of society rather than a game. Is anything normal about this world if you need to be structuring life around some sort of technological advancement? Your society is fucked in the head and you are not willing to admit it. And you are not willing to commit to a World War II. Whoever get to create all this maintainer, just they're covered. An absolute one. They are not willing to admit that they're hiding behind female cisbacks, hide in their apartments, hide behind all sort of societal structures, the rules that they're created and not helping anyone. I'm sorry, I'm not an anarchist person, but how long do you think this shit will be continuing going on? It's like, you present evidence, you point out that something is fucking entirely wrong for everyone, right? Nobody cares. Then it turns all over, makes a whole spin around the earth, comes back at your fucking head, right? And then you start thinking, oh, something is wrong. Oh, we should be overthinking our decisions and priorities. Alright, I know what is right? I'm using internet to vent out my anger on, rather than fucking just commit collectively to admit that the internet should be no less free from all sort of propaganda, warfares, discrepancies, and a discrete disparity. Whatever is created in here is the business platform, and that is the reason why everything is going not downhill, but straight through the fucking gorge of the hell right now. Whoever does not feel it yet will freaking start shitting bricks in about 5-10 years. This whole world already training an entire freaking armies of people ready and willing at any point of time to commit to go and murder a fucking another country. So do you find this hilarious or what? Don't forget about the rules. Pum 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 pum. When may the chose go fight against the fate, but will come with blade. Somehow. Oh, I had a very dream, my love, and that is why they imprisoned me. I don't get it. I could replicate the way they speak in that kind of game, right? But do I need to? Let's try to save up our burst in here for the 40th. Because this boss is a big bitch. I don't like doing this, but skipping a few turns rather than dying sounds kind of eligible. I don't know why this boss's 40th trigger is so crazy. Usually the SM3 bosses do not wipe out your entire party on a whim. But this one does. Alright, give me the Versusion. Oh, indeed. Sheesh. Right, 7 million. 7.8. 8.5. I think we bursted down this thing by 20%. Yeah, that was pretty good. Right, what's for Tharkna? It's a stingy. It failed again. Wonderful. Let's do it again then. Looks like this trigger is also deadly. Thankfully there is about Gabriel to attempt to save us from now on. Right, Gabriel, as sexy as you are, I think I would not hesitate to fuck her at least 5 or 6 times. I think this is not just a word stone. Alright, we continue the M3 grind. The most I can be doing about this is the 3 series of bosses at once. All 3 attempts. That is the most that could be done about this. If you do not keep on doing this, you will eventually get it. It sure takes a lot of time though, but take into consideration this is your ticket into the most high level, most difficult encounter in the game, so you don't need this to attempt those kind. Whether they will be easier over the time, there will be brought up some sort of ease up mechanic for those balls, just like it was for the original, all this kind of Beelzebub, Lucifer and Belial, right? For that tier there was Ascend and Prayer. You do need to farm a little bit of material, maybe not a little bit, but you will get to attempt something that provides you in return a significant boost, a weapon, and access to the special kind of weapon that essentially boosts your performance on Unite and Fight by 30th, 40th% whole. So having some sort of access and easier mechanic to trivialize the zero rate, right? That would be absolutely convenient, because you essentially need the craziest greed and know what you are doing, and super specialized character for even thinking to solo that kind, right? Because the omens are very, very ominous on it. Extremely so. And I'm sorry if this is not the most interactive one, right? I just need to perform my dailies. It takes about 30th, 40th minute, that's all. This is kind of mandatory and I'm kind of encoding, so I'm just trying to win the time slot, so at least I guarantee one encode is went through. I'll most likely restart the PC, or maybe no. I don't not wish like to be restarting any PCs until the very end of the day. It did work throughout the night, but I don't know. I'm low on the RAM memory. The primary reason why it fails the encode is the RAM memory now. The games are running really smooth with the processor, and I feel like that was the most worthwhile investment I could have made in terms of buying some new detail for the PC, right? But the RAM would be the second most one. The 16GB is kind of a joke in current year, with all multitasking and encoding I'm performing. It barely suffices, it does, but so the Tomb Raider we were to start yesterday was kind of certainly a decent video game. I wouldn't be saying that it is the most convenient one, while at the same time I do find it to a certain extent exciting. I quite certainly have had and do at the moment. This is definitely a game that has took a place in the right time, in 1997, 1998, a year of my birth. I don't think there is any particular reason why this kind of year became a giant progression in terms of graphics and all. If you really try to align all the days, right? The computers, the operational systems, and mass distribution would as available for the domestic purposes had become a thing at around 90th, 98, right? The IBMs kind of transferred into the Windows, or whatever had happened back then. In 90th, Russia kind of USSR has broke apart, right? In 91 or whatever. Then in 90th, 95th, all that became a reality, right? With the computer became part of our lives. It is to no kind of wonder that computer had became available, right, in 1995, and it took literally 2 years then to start for Japanese to start getting around all this software and create something that was memorable, right? If you ever seen the images of Japanese people sitting in front of those IBM machines creating Sonic game, for example, right? You would understand that that there is no deep thought about this, right? That this is what's going on essentially back in the 1996, 5th, 7th. So that is why the computer graphics 3D kind of showed out, because it was a new kind of phenomena. Everyone tried take an opportunistic stance on which could be delivered in every single place of this earth. How can we distribute a mass amount of something that will not be just a comic book, correct? So something that has been distributed for such a period of time already in there that elegant to say. I feel like the presence of language is omnipresent, however, because why otherwise do you think all this creation would be created else? Like super popular movies, games, books, etc. Why do you think all this is created? Is this because a single person wanted it to be created? Or is this because the circumstance allowed to? Because there is a giant amount of people, they speak the same language, they get born, they live their lives, they believe that they are someone, right? Is that not being part of the language? If you know all the details about some sort of cultural legacy, correct? If you are so well versed in the culture of some sort of place, one or another, if all of this is created because someone knows how to speak, someone knows how to create something that already was passed down via generations, what do you think it is if it isn't a language? What else could result in such a amount of energy being dropped out of nowhere into somewhere? If not for language, what else? There is only one thing that continuously allow people to believe what they are doing is essentially what they think is correct. There's only one way why all these things that you are seeing, at the very least more than half of them, right, in one of the most progressed and successive places in the world, Eastern one, right, have such an amount of people, female, etc., that know so well how to utilize all this mass of people, what to be saying, how to be acting, no less all of that, correct? They are doing everything on the full auto mode, activated automated mode. The words are coming out, you don't understand self why they do. Because no one has told you a set of rules, no one has told you that something is entirely off, because you believe this is who you are. I should start distributing video because I also have like a night ones. Which was the last video that I sent out? Which account was I doing from this one, right? Oh, give me a sec now. I need a moment to figure out which was the last video I sent out. I do not like looking in that which I already done, sent out, etc. But it has to be done. Must be this one. 3:30th, I see. It says 3:30th, and I was doing some sort of wooden quizzes there. Where is that? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Where I'm looking at. This is Tomb Raider. This is a Midnight. This is Wooden Quases. Oh, I see. Should be one of this. I'm not seeing it. Some restarts or what? Oh, this one. 3:30th. 1:41. Well, let's continue then. Is there anything important in those leftovers yesterday's ones? Arcade stages. Yeah, well, not right. I don't think it should be sent out to anyone. I think I should be starting off from the next day always. I think it always sent out on my page or something. I won't get finished with this routine and then I will begin to something, especially in code is going to finish too. So Give it a sec. Ooh, I had a very dream, my love, and that is why they imprisoned me. Certain for the one of those IBM machines, creating Sonic game, for example, right? I think I'm going to transfer some photograph in a minute here, but not a sight. Where was I looking at the photographs just a minute ago? Second prior, in fact. Here, right? 377. Must have been one of this folder. I don't think it was this one in particular. Which one? 375. Must have been this one. No. Yes, this one. No, I wish to be transferring any photographs at the moment. Yuck. I don't really. There's 100 stuff left in this mode, and I have still 10 minutes for the encoding to get finished. I will be too. Well, first off, let's just continue. If there is leftovers around them, then let it farm, I don't care. Still 10 minutes for encode, so anyway. Think I'm going to be transferring photograph in a minute. After I'm done with this boss. I think that is the phase next one of what I'm going to be performing here. I should be done with this Militis boss, right? Yep. Pending battle 2. Quite convenient. You can be absolutely all weapon. So you can be absolutely shuffling the Sarkarum boss and M3-1 if you really need to. So I finished Tigrazil and Colossus to the 3, right? So technically I'm done. I only need to be doing about 2. So 1600 medals, that's not a lot, but still. So there's a pack of Ideon in here. Ideon usually is kind of important, I feel like, right? There's nothing else in here as important as Ideon. The Astra, I guess, too, but I feel like Ideon is the most important one, as far as I can tell. And they're cheap as hell, too. So I don't need to be farming this event, honestly, that much, too. Because I'm already plenty much done with the shop. There's just a little bit of Arcarum material in here, and that's all, right? I don't know, this Sapphire Stone is important. Maybe it is? I have no clue. I feel like I have bought everything that was like essential. Maybe all of this too, I don't know. What is this chaotic gaze used for? It's not for nothing. I need to figure out. I don't intend on like farming any more of this. So let me transfer the photographs yesterday's. Let me begin something maybe. The camera is loading. I'm going to turn back this thing, although it can barely be put into anywhere during this process. So, without losing any sort of time, because it's going to be taking a long time to load up all 20,000 files, I think I'm going to go to the fridge and bring up all the food and start cooking immediately, because there is a long way to go for today's day. So by the time I let's not waste any time in here, shall we? I don't have time to be wasted at all. Not at all. This broken egg will be of use at long last. I don't think there's too much to be doing in here, honestly, aside from the recording. Like, I swear, not to sound pessimistic of any sort, but just even if I go and take my time and do nothing in there, right, it will still remain the same pretty much. I'm gonna have to come back in here and start recording. Right, I gotta clean up the pen frame. Be right back. I would usually do it on camera, but I'm trying to not lose my time in here. It would be quite the most noble desire to destroy entirety of this planet. It would be. I forgot the bread. This side seems fine. And this one's just a little bit fermented. It's a very good taste. Such a fruitful fermentization. I don't need to see the farm anymore. About 300 mobs is what I needed. And I'm gonna go take a breath. Be right back. The photograph should have loaded. Right, I'm gonna clean my plate while at it as well. There's a little bit of garlic and other stuff in here, but now garlic can be saved. No, it definitely can be, but everything else should be thrown out. So I have a rather high concern about how thing will be performed today, as the breakfast is the only thing of food in the fridge. I have no freaking clue how I'm going to be operating today, but I think it will be a slow-paced day and we'll figure it out, right? There probably wouldn't be any exercises. There can be, but I already feel out of energy. Oh, 1500. Let's smear some oil. Smear. Gotta smear. Smear. 3, 4, and a broken one. I think nothing has happened to it because I put it in the fridge like immediately after it was broken, right? Absolutely nothing could have happened to it. Right. Let it warm up while I'm transferring the photographs. So view detail, display perchance as well. I hope there was none. Oh my fucking god. There already are the naked ones, right? Why is it the first one? Did I not take any kind of photo otherwise? I didn't, right? Alright, what is the most recent one on the PC? I'm sorry for showing all of them. I just don't understand why there's this kind of concern kind of on the internet, you know? If you're a children, you shouldn't be seeing kind of any non-safe things. I think the issue here stems not from this kind of perspective, but from your parts of the world. I think the biggest danger here stems from your language, that you all do not understand self while you are performing actions. Alright, so 1:10 p.m. So 19th 1:10 p.m. here. 1:48 p.m. Alright. So 378 folder. I'll try to not bring this on the screen, and not until I'm transferring them at least. Like this. There should not be any nakes. Right, a bunch of showing ones. I can see this much. I don't see any nakes, so. Alright, photos transferred. The blue stacks should be closed. The encode should have finished. It's on 100%, so the next one will start very soon. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. I'm trying to put accent after we begin with our adventures, right? As expected, nothing happened to the Zek, and it will be very much use. Good thing I put it into the fridge rather than wasting. Ew, what is this? This is coming to end the breakfast. The phone should be removed from the plug. The phone is removed from the plug. Now put back into the plug. Cable charging. I have to know. No better. It's like this. Alright, the encoding finished. Almost it failed it. So this encoding is something else right here. As you can see, there is 8 hour 30th minute. This is the encoding where I received my PC, right? It says 17 hour. I don't think I've seen anything larger than this. The second part of it. How much memory do I have left? 80 gigabyte. I think it should suffice absolutely, right? Right, so the second encode is going to start then, and there will be, as explained earlier, presumably Star Rail's narration main story. That is presumably the plan. And again, I don't have a lot of food, so maybe preserving it and starting off with Lara Croft would be a better call. I don't know. I think the Star Rail narration has to happen. So that right, ready and black screen, so those two. See? They have a long way to go in here. This isn't like, you know. Immediately out of it. So my replies are hidden entirely. So I don't know which kind of day it already is. Counts in for that, right? But whatever you're doing with social media and with this world, it should be no less destroyed, natural to say, right? Here's the reply. Here's post. That's artificial face. Let's go on it. Show spam. Nowhere. Wonderful. I barely clean up. Breakfast cooked. Very good breakfast. Look at this. This is a very clean, as you can see, egg right here. If anything, let me take a photo. I usually do not take photos with the food, but it cooks so well that I may as well make an exception. Let me put it back a sec. A few more photo. Never hurts. Never does. Alright, let's eat our breakfast. There is unfortunately no food intake aside from it, but I'll figure it out. It's so clean, I didn't need to touch my right. Trash. More of it. Put it into the egg. Very good. This thing, very good. Some tomato paste. I do hope there is some leftover. Just for one time. Very good. A whole bunch of salt. Done. Breakfast. I read it and continue doing whatever I'm doing in here. The timeline and whatnot, the games, the recordings, nothing new. I may have oversalted my food because I usually salt with expectation there's always tomato in my plate. Oh no. Man, I can't believe how fast this rolled to collapse from any kind of wrong. One thing in this world that doesn't go like as planned, right? The people immediately start heartbreaking and not as in breaking, right? Breaking, but breaking, like, you know, like in a car. Can someone will explain why did you live all the way until this point? Personally, I've been doing the same since my birth. 10-year-old, 15, 20, 25, I'm 30. I've been doing the fucking same. Nothing has changed. So what about all you? What you've been doing? I'm not causing anyone any trouble. I'm sitting at my own place doing my own things. Why is this all so fucking different in here? Someone is not sitting at their own place. Someone is sitting at specifically pre-arranged for them place, thinking that they are producing own actions while they are not. Let's go a little down and go one by one, right? Let's go a little down and go one by one, right? it's going to finish with the photo stuff in a minute. So I've been thinking about it for a while, right? So my PC primarily used to glitch out and drop out while I was encoding at night, right? Now I have changed my CPU. So there's less issue of that and more issue of RAM memory while I'm trying to encode during my processing, right? So the most logical conclusion here would be leave everything from coding for the night, correct? So I need to get media encoder back, download, and figure it out, and set about 3 VODs per night I will be encoding. Because this encoding stuff is out of hand, it's out of my reach. It's like, if I'm not going to queue it, it's going to remain being like this. It's absolutely terrible, I will be entirely honest. So I need to get encoder, media encoder application that goes towards the alongside of Premiere, right? And make use of that. That's my plan. So 10:23 AM. The last photos at such a waste of my time, because even right now the encode failed because I have a little memory. I don't know. Even setting like a 2 encodes per night would be beneficial. I would be done with all of my encodes in a proximity of 1 month, right? If I was just to set 2 encodes per night. That's all that I need to do. It's absolutely terrible, I have to say. Alright, my encode failed, but I still have 80th gigabyte. I think it's enough for one recording here, right? It is drastically unfortunate, but drastically unfortunate. Let's continue, I guess, right? I'm going to be recording in here from now forth. I got my rest a little bit. I certainly have. So from now forth, let's start doing things and not. What was the last video I sent out? This one. Right, so 19:1:10 7:19 I said. I've heard 7:19, not That's the clip that I need to see. Which one? Right, 719. This one, around 36. So next two, I see. Alright. I don't have many photos for now. The only thing that I have is a bunch of cocks, and they're all like extremely large. Ridiculously. A human should not be having cocks this big, but I do. Around 54 something went wrong. Wonderful. I need to encode both of this. So I have memory for today. I'll try to figure out the media encoder later, I think for now I'm not going to bother myself with figuring it out. Honestly, I can. It isn't like there is anything to do at the moment, right? Right, I need to encode two of this clip in here because they're bugged out due to the all the slug stuff. So I don't have any media encoder on me, do I? Yep, I don't think I do. I don't think this is up that I have, right? Or is it? So how I imagine this go with media encoder, right? You can essentially nest your clips all into one, right? And then send it into encoder. And I suppose that I need to nest two of my clips, right? The VOD split in two nest and send both of them into encoder, and that's how it will go. That's how I see it. It looks like I do have media encoder. It looks like it's loading or something. I don't even recall this kind of promo art of this version. I don't think I ever used this thing yet. Did I? Is this one going to load? It almost looks like it's bugged out or something. See, there's icon kind of broken. I think it's loading because it says many things. Is this operational? I think I do have media encoder. I don't need to be downloading it. I can show where I download the Premiere and Photoshop from. I think it's not allowed on YouTube platform to spread too widely, right? But I'm not sure where it's at. Oh, here, Adobe. So I don't think this is allowed to show too much, right? But if anyone really needs, this is the website I'm using. This is a pirate kind of, you know, stuff. Usually, if you're a large individual kind of showcasing this, you are kind of liable to loss, right? Am I a large individual? So I'll try to figure out all this media encoder and encoding later. I think I will be setting like 2 VODs per night because I need a lot of memory for this stuff, right? I think I will be encoding 2 per night and that's all. I will not be bothering myself with this encoding ever again. Waking up and etc, right? Just set a 2 encoding per night, right? Hit a 2 encodes per night. Bam. Done. If the PC does not crash, which usually it does not with the CPU that I have right now, it should be entirely fine, right? Just 2 encodes, wake up, 2 encodes, bam. Next. Alright, so then let's begin the day now. I presume we will be entire day alone in here, and there are certainly quite things to achieve in here, I guess, somewhat at least. So we ended up on doing quests as Danny birthday yesterday, and Genshin Impact we were doing already. Honkai Star Rail kind of a thing as well, right? What do we do next? Do we... I think I wish to continue with Wooden Quests. The faster we get to raise kind of Swan Link Yan Yang is for the better of all of us. Alright, give me 1 sec, please. Post my photos or something. My large cock. Is this from yesterday or what? I can't know. I need to search up something. Is this from the previous folder? Perchance. So far I'm not seeing it. Is this a new? I'm not seeing any kind of... Man, but it is so fucking large, it's insane. I think I'm done with the cook photos. So again, wooden crisis, right? Yeah, let's continue with this garbage. Level 3 looks like that one's also a failure. 4-minute long. Alright, let's redo it again. Hold on, I'm going to fix this stuff first then. Something went wrong. Looks like a lot of my videos kind of failed in here due to the encoding previous one. Give me a sec. Please. I need to re-encode all this. Unfortunately, no. It's 4 minutes long, so it'll be fast, honestly. Right, we're going to begin here in a sec. 1 sec, please. I'll take a fifth volley because it's very bright, as you can see. When it's so bright, it's the best time to be taking them, right? So we'll proceed with our regular bases in here. Wooden Quasars, single player game. Right, first I'll need this cable in here, in particular the black one. If it can after all go over the PC. Alright, back to webcam application. Phone in place. Doing a little bit of water, ensure that my camera is flipped in the right direction. We should indeed flip. Very good. Maybe show photo as well. So that's what I was doing. Now, for now, the phone is facing very wrongly. Much like this. Appreciate it. It's still wrong as hell for some reason. I don't know why. Like this, right? Created today. I love it so much. How empty. Speaking of food and quizzes, I'm not in here sponsored, I'm not in here because this game is popular, I'm not in here to be advertising for parts of the planet or either of gaming either. I'm only in here because I am alive, and this consists as part of my life. That is all there is to it. There is no strings, no attachments, nothing of sorts that tells me that I need to be doing, should be doing this or doing this out of like nothing else to be doing. No, I'm doing this because I'm supposed to be doing this. That's all. Because if you are going to be doing nothing in living, you are not going to be living to begin. This isn't about a better choice or a wrong choice. This is about a will to live. Let me close up some things, especially media encoder or something. I think it's my RAM memory. So, Aurora is supposed to say to him that she asked, Denia asked Rover to walk out for a day with her. As such, she should be taking responsibility for such a occasion. What would be expected request from you? Like something material or what, Arman? What do you expect out of the girl? The literal girl asking to spend the time with her over. What else she could be doing? Arman, you look like a handsome guy, but are you sure this is unexpected? I'm not loud, am I? I think I'm not, right? And if that's the key to cooperation, the collective will treat it as a special case. So I apologize for taking my time for encoding in here a minute earlier, right? I could have been narrating in here for a while. Then again, to say we have such a limited amount of time in life, right? So sometimes spending your time on your own is kind of a better choice, quite honestly. But I'm sure that 1 hour extension of wasting my time in here wouldn't affect too much, right? We are staying awake in here usually for like 15-16 hours a day. I usually do stay awake at, and I think taking 1 hour out of that kind of metric does not sound too freaking harsh, does it? So, I'm sorry for taking a second out of your speech, but I wanted to say yet again, I'm trying to clear out the story to get to level up Yang because I'm interested in using a newly obtained character. That's the primary goal in here. Story aside. Hogai, she said she wants a proper ending for some things, but I don't know her true intent yet. We'd better be careful. We'll initiate a full risk assessment and draft comprehensive operational and contingency plan. Gambarimasu. Wonderful. Arman. Now what? Wait for today. Alright. Let's wait for today. Today. I think I waited a little bit more than today. Now she has only 3 days left. Oh, I only waited for another day in extension, right? She has 4 days left. No, don't worry. Arman. The approvals are though through. I'm sorry, everything is set. You can pick up Dania at the station. What do you mean you can pick her up? Is she a plush toy or what? Dania-kun. I'm here to pick you up. I have to say, I feel like the game is extremely laggy after all the encoding stuff. Don't I? I think it is a little bit more laggy than supposed to be because of all the encoding stuff. I think there was encoding and it affected my RAM memory or something like that. Right, there's Dania. Dania, let's go on date. Or on special uniform too. Special occasion. Hello, Arman.
漂白者さん、来てくれたか。段取りの詳細や人員リストはそちらのデバイスに送っておいた。具体的な対策案なども見られるはずだ。
Operational procedure approves contact list of the escorted outing of specially confined resonator at Dania. Classification restricted. Basis for approval. Pursuant to the Lahore Void Matter Protection and Safety Regulation, following joint review to the Department of Void Matter and Academy President Lucilla, approval is hereby granted for the specially confined resonator Dania to conduct escorted activity within limited area. Project lead Dr. Arman, on-site lead Dr. Hyokhaksha. Security configuration: Hyokhaksha shall accompany the subject throughout the operation. Special response force personnel are to remain on standby. The confined resonator Dania shall wear a resonance suppression device which is linked to the iris system. Activation authority for the devices delegated to Hyokhaksha. The on-site lead may at any time issue an activation command to the iris system. The subject Dania shall be transferred into the custody of the on-site lead in the Star Torch Academy station. The subject shall proceed via the central elevator to level 1 of the Star Torch Academy. Meeting will declare contact are permitted within this area. Phase 3, Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 6, Archive access, Residential zone access, Recreational garden zone activity, return, additional nodes, blah, blah, blah.
細かいね。共鳴抑制装置や彼女と接触する人員リストの情報が入ってるけど、合意済みなの？
Even River didn't bother to reach her side at so detailed, eh?
ああ、ダーニャ本人の望みだ。彼女のデバイスを使って隊員という名目で面会を計画した。ダーニャは今日学生として彼らと接触する。
And then as request to use the terminal to schedule the meeting under a recovery discharge notice. She will be approaching them today as a student.
しかし抑制装置は
The suppression device was her idea, a guarantee of cooperation. She said I would make things even fairer, even though she doesn't really need it in her current state. Right, is my voice fine in terms of volume? Let me listen to self and look at myself too. First, I think my t-shirt makes a little bit standing out in here. Let me pull it a little bit down. Well, second, not the least, what's about the volume? And then as request we use the terminal to schedule the meeting. I would make things and additional elevator where resonance suppression. I think better right device. Well, second, not the least, we use the elevator I'm sitting. How do I explain? I'm sitting very scrunched in here. As you can see, we're in a corner. I cannot move left or right, and I'm very near the desk too. This is presumably the only position I can be sitting in here like this. Well, you know, actively being here like sitting straight or more or less well sitting like this comfortably. It's very convenient for the narration and not. Let me listen to self 1 sec. I'm sitting like this. Well, you know, actively being here like well sitting like this comfortably. It's very convenient for the narration and not. From the look, it's fine. I need to narrate to see.
とりあえずこれを持っておいてほしい。何か合併症を起こした場合、これを飲ませれば少しは楽になるはずだ。
Are you going to be giving her pills for a date? Oh my god.
ダーニャの周波数減衰を防ぐ方法は見つかったの？
So found a way to relieve her frequency failure.
いや、その薬は我々が新しく調合した安定剤のようなものだ。具体的な治療案はなるべく早く検
A
討。
tranquilizer? Oh my god. As for a treatment plan, we will try and work out a revised version as soon as possible.
やっぱり前にダーニャと会った時の態度からしてこうなることを想定してたみたいだね。
I'm done here. Well, let's. So found a way to relieve her frequency failure.
いや、的な治療案は
Oh my god. We will try and work out a revised version as soon as possible. Alright, everything seems fine to me. What is the bottleneck?
ラベル学部の診断によると、問題は
The diagnosis from the college shows that the problem does not lie with her resonance ability, but a failure in her self-regulation mechanism.
能力ではなく、いくつか仮説は立てているが、
We're still validating several hypotheses regarding the symptoms. Hopefully, we'll have answers soon.
思ったよりまずい状況だね。
Looking Mazui.
名式の周波数に関する問題ならブラックショアがもっといい治療案を
This is related to Threnodian frequency. The Black Shore might have a better solution.
研究のことで漂白者さんの手を煩わすことはない。それより今日はよろしく頼む。
Could she not have contacted Shorekeeper in this 2-day passing? What was she doing for the 2 days?
もういいんですか？
ああ、いい一日を過ごせるように。
それじゃあ今日はよろしくお願いしますよ、漂白者さん。
What is this immediately a date? Oh no, filler episode with Inquis.
私と誕生日を過ごしてくれるんですよね。深刻そうな顔をしてどうしたんですか？
I have to keep the operation under control. You didn't sound like this last time. You promised me a birthday. Remember, why the serious face?
だって今日の私はスタート落ち学園の学生ですから。
Today I'm a proud student of the Start Arch Academy.
そうですね。はい。私と同じように表情を動かしてみてください。口元を緩めて眉と目をもっと自然に。
Right, you guys will not blame me if I restart here, right? I missed out on that. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
伯爵さん来てくれたか。段取りの詳細や人員リストはそちらのデバイスに送っておいた。具体的な対策案なども見られるはずだ。
There are fly again here. Oh my god. I cannot bother to catch it.
細かいね。
ああ、しかしよく。
Let's get back to where we were.
とりあえず。
ダーニャの周波数。
いや、
やっぱり前にダーニャと会った時の態度からしてこうなることを想定してたみたいだね。
ラベル学部の診断によると、いくつか仮説は立てているが、どれも検証中だ。今は結果を待つほかない。
I'm slightly annoyed by the presence of fly in here. Whatever.
思ったよりまずい状況だね。名式の周波数に関する問題ならブラックショアがもっといい治療案を出せるかもしれないけど。
But leave us with Danya alone.
あ、いい。
それじゃあ今日はよろしくお願い。
And do the same thing, I need to catch it on screenshot.
私と誕生日を過ごしてくれる。
Come on, do the same
だっ
thing.
て今日の私はスタートーチ学園の学生ですから。
Do the same thing, child.
そうですね。
Come on.
はい。私と同じように表情を動かしてみてください。口元を緩めて眉と目をもっと自然に。
Good. I think I caught it. I think there was a like previous frame, but whatever. Let me look at the VOD, how it looked. Let me look at it. How did it look? The early one looked much better. No, we have to restart. The early one looked way better. I'm sorry starting from this point, right from the starts, but I feel like this Danya character is quite a good one. I'm sure we'll breeze through the story. I will not be kind of pausing, restarting, etc. in the next upcoming segment. I just need this one because it looks really good. Exceptional. How fruitless.
漂白者さん来てくれたか。段取りの詳細や人員リストはそちらのデバイスに送っておいた。具体的な対策案なども見られるはずだ。
Alright, do it again.
細かいんだ。
Da, 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 da.
共鳴抑制装置や彼女と接触する人員リストの情報が入ってるけど、合意済みなの？
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Ba, da, da, da.
ああ、ダーニャ本人の望みだ。彼女のデバイスを使って隊員という名目で面会を計画した。ダーニャは今日学生として彼らと接触する。しかしよくする。とりあえずこれを。
ダーニャの周波数。
いや、その薬。
やっぱり前にダーニャと会った時。
ラベル学部の診断によると、問題は共鳴能力ではなく、いくつか仮説。
Alright, just leave
研
us.
究のことで漂白者さんの手を煩わすことはない。
Arman, I respect you, know, but do you see two girls? I really want to go on a date.
ああ、
それじゃあ今日はよろしくお願いしますよ、漂白者さん。私と誕生日を過ごしてくれるんですよね。だって今日の私はスタートーチ学園の学生ですから。
Alright, idiotic childish face, I allow it. So if you can get that frame on early one, right? There was like
そうです。
early one and another one.
はい。私と同じように表情を動かしてみてください。
First one,
口元を緩めて眉と。
I'm not sure of the second one. So I got the first one, it's a good sign, right? I'm not sure if this was early one or not. Can I compare with what I got previously? Is there any differences? I think there is, because mouth is much significantly smaller, you see? So I think the earlier one is much better. Because it looks much more genuine, because it happens like, you know, naturally or early, right? And late one feels like a complete version. Something not entirely like honest. Alright, let's continue. Let's try to not restarting, like spend 20 hours next to be restarting. I need to finish up this 2 Segue filler one. Presumably 1 per day. 1 per each day. So this is the Daniel's birthday. Apparently this is for today. Maybe for more. Oh, how cute. Oh my god.
そうそう。少しは笑った方が親切そうに見えますよ。
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry if I'm not good at making impressions, but that was astonishingly cute. Does developer know what they're doing with this character?
笑うのはいいけど、自分の立場は分かってるよね。
There are so many good shots of hers. It's insane. I'd rather starting again. That was a failure. I'm sorry. There will be a lot of restarts, I can promise. This is what we're spending like next 2 or 3 days on. Wow, 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 wow.
漂白者さん、来てくれたか。段取りの詳細や人員リストはそちらのデバイスに送っておいた。具体的な対策案なども見られるはずだ。
細かいね。
ああ、しかしよく。とりあえず
ダーニャの周波数。
いや、
やっぱり前に
ラベル学部のいくつか仮説を
思ったよ。
研究のことで。
もういいんですか？
あ
あ。Armin, why are you so proud of yourself? Ah.
今日はよろ
Alright.
私と誕生日を過ごしてくれるんです。だって今日の私はスタートーチ学園の学生ですから。そうですね。
So cute. So what did I miss out on? Stupid face, right?
少しは笑った方が親切そうに見えますよ。
There's going to be some sort of silly face. Hold on. What did I miss out on? I can do that, but remember your situation, don't. She's going to smile and then throw some sort of face.
笑うのはいいけど、自分の立場は分かってる。
That one.
あまり。
What is this character? This is a very, very cinematic, right? If you really thought about it. So I wanted to bring it up yesterday with this Wooden Quasar's game in particular, right? So what I want to say, wish to say, is that you do understand that this is a stupid game, kind of, right? You cannot you cannot put effectively an entire task of teaching, like millions, billions of people some sort of inscribing some sort of better understanding of what good looks in this world, right? But this game thing essentially is quite perfect for it, if you really thought about it, right? Because you just continue stuffing like something that you desire in this game, right? Showing to the people. It is like some sort of program simulation, right? For training clones. Just imagine this scenario, right? So if you're just going to continue showing people kindness, since the people are reciprocate, so they will start becoming more kind, right? They're going to see good and they will become good. And this is kind of perfect for this case, right? In this kind of sort of enclosed scenario, perfect environment, right? But realistically speaking, this is just a stupid game, and there are like billions of other out there. Like not all people even have games, have devices to care about them on, right? But if everyone did maybe the world would be a little bit better, right? Because you cannot, as a person or as a society, as a country, as a whole structure, mega structure of this world, infinite amount of people living in every single cell in there, right? You cannot hope to reach every single one. And this is essentially the only way to do so. And it's optional, so whatever you are doing in this world, for all there is, right? You can just hide in your apartment for the rest of your life in a cave, absolutely not reached out by anyone whatsoever. Sounds absolutely sad, right? But that is essentially how it will be, and what I can say is the popularity of all of this that we are seeing is quite limited. Whatever there is created, whatever there is good. It is quite limited of both reach and both, like, you know, there has to be a reason why all of this exists, created, etc. There has to be a reason that the human should realize itself that where it should be and how it should be acting. But not many people at the moment do. So I have to say about this Wuthering game and whatnot, right? There is not much food in my fridge at the moment. I might go and figure out something, but I don't see myself continuing in here for too long today because there is no food. I need kind of meat or something to stay in here. gonna cook this one, right? I need to clean this thing off first. First I need to clean my mug. Like this, right? The camera is very small, I apologize if it was. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's make it better, bigger. So this, like this. I take it with me. I'm going to clean some stuff in their mug. That is. Yuck. See, the cat has puked everywhere. Right, I need to pull water in here too, right? It's so hot today, man. My father was suggesting to buy this handheld propeller, right? The fence one. There was two in front of his PC, right? But there's two, and there's another one next to on the bed, right? I had spoke verbally, right? I had pointed out I'm against the ventilator, like fence and whatnot, right? Because it decreases your ability of heat resistance on your own. Is it flipped again? Jesus Christ, stop. I'm so tired already because I performed some stunt while going to the restroom, right? Like holding passage from one side, right? From one side with my hand like this, right? And photographing myself with the other. And I was doing like this, right? Like this. And the hand is very, very viewable, right? From that angle was. The left arm, however you look at it, is more impressive because it's fucking ginormous. I think it will get bigger once I grow up. I think it's not at the peak of form. I think it's other humanly large, but there are larger people out there. You know, sometimes this kind of hand is not good because your hand is really big, right? But you cannot really like be flexible about it, right? The bigger doesn't mean like better. You need to be able to land the hits, right? It must be flexible, not just, you know. What is the word for immovable, kind of a good synonym? There's a word for an immovable word, right? I think there is. So, I usually put this stove in here really ridiculously hot when I'm trying to warm up stuff in a mug, because my pot right now is occupied. It's going to get ridiculously hot in here. My today's goal is to survive, and the only food that was in the fridge was some kind of this and that, right? This is the fish, and this is the dumplings. This was the only thing in the fridge. I need to survive on that today. Right, let us begin. Without any obsession and attachments here, right? But with that said, there's going to be a really hot stove in here for quite a minute, so I need to wait up until food is cooked, presumably. Meanwhile, that is very convenient. That is my mother. Something that she does buy. Not all of things that she buy in here for anyone, but this certainly does. It tastes like ice cream or something because it's cold and it's very strong on your senses when it gets on your tongue. It starts spewing all over the soreness and vitamins. It tastes like something your brain and your stomach both would immediately acknowledge as something really useful for yourself. Something rejuvenating your eyes or something like that. These blackberries are. Right, I hope nothing here burns with this kind of temperature, larger one, right? So I do hope nothing burns in here. I can move it a little bit to the middle from the wall. That thing is hot. Oops. Alright, so let us wait until this is done with something, right? Right, I don't think it touches monitor. Let's wait because it's very inconvenient to be using PC while such temperatures are in there. If I could close the thing with something, it would help, honestly. But I don't think there is anything to close it with. There's quite no things that I can close it with conveniently. I can just wait and hear something. Let's go and take another shower in the meanwhile. I cannot be living in here while it's so hot in here, can we? That's unsafe. Let's stay in here then. The monitor affected just tiniest bit. Still I think it's not good, right? But can I do something about it? I need to put it like this. Man, I would remove the food from the pot in a faster time than doing this. This is so fucking inconvenient. No, I'm not using any max for this. This is outrageous. It would be faster to just remove food from the pot. was very, very. With 1500, 30 minutes. That was a lot of usage of energy for no reason whatsoever. Nothing new, right? It's like what all this includes is so fucking problematic, right? With cooking food, it's like any freaking point of life in here is like, mamma mia. So where did I stop last? I must have stopped somewhere, right? This? What's in there, Yan? Must be this one, right? Right, the next one, I see. Flip horizontal, flip vertical, this is how I sit right now. Since it's on the left, I kind of facing towards the game. Makes all the sense. The water is kind of warm one, but I don't think there is anything to do about it. Unless... No, I don't think there is anything to do about it. I can make it sugary, but... Does this make sense? Well, there are some berries in here, but... This one, specifically the one that you make a drinks from. This kind, right? Well, if we smooth a little bit out of it, all that is not shouldn't be in here. These berries are specifically made for making a drink from, right? I can drop them in there. What will come of them is another question, right? I can try to make a drink from this. Convenient, but this is handmade, right? And it's gradually becoming a drink. I think I made myself a drink accidentally. Don't spill it. Alright, it's very, very tasty looking now. Looks like an actual beverage. rather than actual beverage, there's a bunch of seeds and a bunch of soft part of the fruit inside. I don't wanna wait until this has to be cooked, and off of this I will take like 5 things of this or whatever. I will certainly need like a half of this of package of this fish kind of thing. So split in half. It will be very convenient to eat outside of tomatoes. For now, however, I will not, but when the time comes, this will be our meat for today apparently. Sorry for not showing, but I just conveniently put all of those together outside in one go. Right, that'll be our food, supposedly. This should be moved out. Allegedly. For now, however, I'm tired. Certainly. Too much movement for absolutely no case whatsoever. No sake of any honesty. Let's see what I'm supposed to be doing here. There's like 5 of them or something, I think it's sufficient. I wish there was more, but that's all there is to it. I have a drink, I have food, that's all that I needed to stay in here for the next 15th hour. All I could have asked for. Keep cooking there. Don't bother me too much. out. I don't know. How boring. We shall continue just in a minute. All this food cooking stuff was really draining. Searching for food in particular. If I had something to do, like, you know, cook food, it wouldn't be. I don't think I had to figure out first of all, right, what I'm supposed to be eating in here today, even. Ain't something you do regularly. Gunner was flipped unfortunately, but whatever. This is the last I get to post the stuff, but must be right. Anything else for me to say in here today? No, probably no, right? No. Must be a note one. Let's look. No, no. Yes, absolutely yes. Give me a second, please. We're going to start in a minute here. After the water stop, kind of this thing kind of cools off once. Yep, I'm out now. Wait 1 second, please, I guess. fucking imperialist. I'm not dealing with your shit. That's it. Alright, this should be moved to the fridge. Afterward I come back and begin cooking for self. Assumably. Where are the tomatoes? I moved them to the fridge, right? Yeah. Add vinegar, salt. So I'm going to cook myself food. My entire plate will be overfilled of food. It will be filling me for the rest of the day. I'm sorry for a very slow start. Very slow start. I'm sorry for it. First to say, it's very inconvenient with the social media of today. I'm not going to brag and say that I wish an entirety of the world was different, right? It's a pretty stupid line of thought, but some things are so inconvenient that it is beyond salvation, kind of, beyond pointing out at it, right? Just to say, well, why are you getting muted so fucking deliberately? You know, there was a Russian social media like made by the Pavel Durov, right? I have used it for a certain period of time. Have looked at it. What I can say is that it's very convenient in terms of functionality. There is no kind of suppression, at least not when I was using Vernote, right? A lot of people kind of conveniently just sat in there and did their own thing, right? That's all there was to it. Nothing else, nothing less, nothing more, right? Just a bunch of people that are normal, regular being, right? Have its own profile, even like a photographs on it, right? Some people even had managed to like marry on those kind of platform, engage in an actual like legal marriage activity. And then you have a Western kind of site, streaming platforms, right? Sometimes it occurs in there too, right? Why is everything in this fucking world structured around your fucking Western shit and inability to create a global world? Do you realize how many fucking Eastern people out there living today? Growing up, do you realize how many Russian people out there? Do you really wish to continue like with this shit forever? Because it will be taking a long time, many fucking human deaths and hatred, actual one. If you do not realize where you are inclining this world every single passing day. You do not fucking seem to realize, do you? No, it looks like it's up for my fucking fist to make you realize, your fucking Polish face and whatnot. But there is 8 billion hiding people. That Jesus Christ was killed 2000 years ago. He was not killed rightfully. He was deceived and held captive at the hands of the Roman Empire and its fucking accusator in the face of Judas Iscariot. Fucking scum. He was allowed near the Christ. And the Christ known that this is the mission that the God has prepared for him. Fully devoting himself to the cause, he forfeited his fucking own life for it. For everyone to see an example that he does not give any fucks about living in this world. Nothing pleasures him about living in this world if he knows that not only him but so many people will be suffering in it. So he had to become a martyr. Engage in an actual struggle, it will be filling me for the rest of the day. Where did I stop last? My last video was, let me look, this one. This one, right? Stupid face. I'm looking for a stupid face. Every face of mine is stupid. This particular stupid face I'm looking for. Where is that? Where the fucking that? It's not it. Because it's not the first frame. It's this face, yep. 1628, alright. That's an hatred, actual one. You do not realize where you are inclining this world every single passing day. You do not fucking seem to realize, do you? No, it looks like it's up for my fucking fist to make you realize your fucking Polish face and whatnot. Alright. Somewhat of food. Just like an announcer would say in Little Big Adventure, you know? You have created a portion of food. It is up for consuming. gonna move in some trash out here and I'm done. There's a drink. There's a whole bunch of food, supposedly. Alright, 1 dumpling, 2 dumpling. They're very small ones, they are called pelmen in Russian. This is just a super convenient food for beaches that are cheap. That are not too rich, I would say like that, right? There's more I anticipated, alright. There's more than 5. How much there is? That is a 7, 8. There is 11 of them, wow. 11. There was a 13 flame chasers in Honkai Third, right? Was there any kind of number for 11? How many Chrysalis hairs there were? That is not something that I need for now, at the moment. No. But there's something here. I think I broke eggs or something. Wonderful. How many flame chasers? I'm sorry. Chrysalis hairs there were in Honkai Star Rail. I had reviewed fully narrated Honkai Star Rail for quite a period of time. An entirety of Library of Philia, right? 3 of what it was, Grove of Epiphany, right? I had magnanimously reviewed it. Nobody did care, so how many flame chasers are there? I'm sorry, Chrysalis hair. Was there 10? Wasn't there one that was like one weird one, right? Something like something enigmatic, like a creature, right? Mammal. It says 12. Who are the 12? So all the later one, right? Marsh as well. Teravox it is called. There it is, of Gyorios, right? Earth one. So Cypher 1, Casteris 2, Mayday 3, Aglaya 4, Anaxagoras 5, Trailblazers, he became the times 6, right? Khaslana 7, the idiot that had became a boss, weekly one. In face of that dark form, right? So Hyacin 8, if I understand correct, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hycelians 9, Dunhank 10, March 11, Curator 12, 3-bit 13. And there is also Terravox, so there's 14 of them. 14 if you do not consider, like, you know, all this like later ones. Dunhank and March kind of do not fit into the squad, and Terravox too. So it's kind of 11 without them. Trailblazer. Trailblazer also does not fit. There is about 10 of them, so there's about 12 of them. We begin, I feel like. Like we begin. I need the bread. I'm really sorry for going so much back and forth. Back and forth. There's also cucumbers in here too. Is there a good PS2 emulator? What was the Abe's Odyssey, the original Xbox game? You know, there was a shooter game in Abe's Odyssey, right? Was that thing on the PS2? I know it was on original Xbox and 3060th. I don't know if it was on PS2, but logically it should be, right? The shooter game of Abe's Odyssey. I used to come to my pal and look at them go in that thing, and even allow me for like spend half a day in it. I had gotten to the point there was like water stages had begun. I feel like it's near end of the game. Is it not? I think it is, right? I think I somehow managed to get I'm sorry, nearly through the entirety of the game in one go in there. It was such a fun game though. Alright, a bread. Another bread. A bunch of seeds. I'm gonna remove all the trash from here. Honestly, this is hardly a trash, but that is honestly edible, but since I removed that from, may as well be considered as it may as well be considered as trash. Alright, now I just have to eat food and begin for my tasks. If there was just a little bit more of dumpling, this would have sufficed for an actual like exercise-worthy food intake. With what there was, it will not. I'm gonna go look if I can find more dumpling. There's a good chance I can exercise today. Otherwise, this is absolutely horrendous. Those fish sticks do not they suffice only for like basic life maintenance. I think there is more. I think I will be cooking it. Because this is absolute fucking joke. In here without any food.